Korean calamity for who? In the beginning of the stream for blank. All right. The golden hour. Music video for the trial of Miss Lana Scott. Ema didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation. You know, hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. I actually forgot to do something on Discord. I keep forgetting to I don't know why, but it's only on the days that I stream Phoenix Wright that I just forget to fucking like shamelessly plug my Twitch into every Discord that'll let me. Nope. Nope. This here. Bam. There we go. Totally forgot to do that. And I'll be here for too long because I'm waiting for my friend to get home. Yeah, you're all good. All right, let's get back to this. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Want me a cookie? Me, partner? Oh, well, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. No, I know you're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind call it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall. Oh, was that him saying that the entire time? Sorry. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is that correct? Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as balanced as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Perhaps share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. Choking on the cookies already, Conrad? Yeah. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so you're out of ammo. It's time I hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, about the fingerprint-activated locks in the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses. Now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? And what do you mean you can smell me, Chippy? Also, hi, Chippy. Nice to see you. I bet Clown will be ecstatic to know that you're here to join us on this lovely day. I don't know why I talked like that. Just I've been talking like that a lot lately while I'm in like voice calls and thing. I'll just be like, you don't seem to understand the situation. You find yourselves. I don't know. That's cringe. I know. It's whatever. Oh, correct. Mr. Wright, he's all yours. All right. Well, let's cross-examine this shindig. Even in your pants, though. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in security camera monitor. That room's still so still. Even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who narrated the recordings. You interred the interns? Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time will come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recording, tapes ought to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase the tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. The guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So, in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. But you made your runs on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. Should I burn chat? No, CJ, don't start a fire. No. Also, hi, CJ, how are you? No desperado, I know. Let's rules get in the way. No desperados, I know. Join the police force. No, CJ, no.
So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime.
Just between you and me, I don't set foot in the evidence room that day.
There was a rubber glove from the victim's officer. Do you know anything about that?
Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? Besides, that room pretty honest. Yes. I used to be a detective, so you used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism. Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite, incredible. The sensors on the locker and the handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that you mentioned it, Desmond Gumshoe said something like that too.
At any rate, it does seem that this is a relative's declared. He does avoid more if you come crime took place.
This music's louder than usual. Am I crazy? I feel like I'm going fucking crazy. I feel like the music's louder than usual. That or I'm like losing my hearing. We'll lower it by a little bit. We'll lower it just like 15. 15. There we go. What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even an angel's steak lunches can beat the parlor's Van Gogh's pasta pit pots. It be a pasta?
You mean to tell us you abandoned your police duty to eat some noodles?
Not all desperados eat tacos, partner.
That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson.
That's strange. This is usually where Edgewood says, "Did you not want to raise this year?" Out of ammo, Officer Marshall? That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you better draw. Otherwise, you just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back to the west in the sunset.
One thing does seem clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything.
Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. I have a spray bottle put out the fire. Why don't you have a spray bottle, Blake? What the fuck? Yeah, I have a trump card at my sleeve. That's going to keep my cool. Before I use it, though, I better up the ante. Steven the fish has been cooked alive. Who the fuck is Steven the fish? Who? Who? Who the fuck is Steven? Why was he cooked alive? Poor Steven. I want to bring up 10 days left before I set the nest on fire. No! No, please don't. It's my home. I want to present the fingerprints to him because he says he wasn't there, but your fingerprints were here on the scene of the crime, so do you mind explaining that? And with blood, no less.
Objection!
Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd that is you being called in to testify like this? Sorry, my things are messing up. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Blame yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Better start gathering up some more branch at least, because it's gonna go going up in a beautiful flame in 10 days. No, what do you mean in 10 days? What's happening in 10 fucking days, CJ? You did. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crib. I pay my respects. That is, make my rounds once a month. You only natural my fingerprints would be in there.
Objection!
I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood.
Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your bloodstained fingertips were at the crime scene.
Blood was wiped away. However, the luminal test clarified revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? Seemed to me, there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingertips? But the flame god, Igneal, any punishment is fine as long as I see the beautiful flame. He's frenzied! Get him! Someone frenzied him!
Very well. You may begin your testimony about the fingerprints.
Crazy. Blank.
Find the scene of the crime.
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained finger handprint. The murderer touched the blocker where my fingerprints was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprints are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it.
The witness' explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt.
Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner.
The defense may not cross-examine the witness.
This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. That's my chance to prove it.
Hold it!
That's because how did you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine.
What? What do you mean?
I mean what I said. That locker I used when I was a detective, the locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine, and no mystery.
Please explain.
My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. Chances of that are not happening at 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me without your fingerprint. You wanna know why? Unrelated. They're as different as night and day. Kind of like cereal and surreal. One got to do with breakfast, while the other types of murder.
He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different.
Let's see what homonis has to do with this. Well, didn't you know the difference?
Hold it!
How did you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up with the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, though it was left by the murderer. That's right. It was found in Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on the handprint. Yeah, I think we tried that too.
So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprints.
That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? Cereal, the seal of blood. In the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, that's this. Security tape? So long now my trail isn't in there. My trail isn't in there. You can't say otherwise.
This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you can have.
Objection!
But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots.
Blind spots.
Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor that isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's positioning, they could leave the room without being caught on tape.
Objection!
We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright.
Well, Mr. Wright, if you could show us evidence of the video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so.
Yeah, I will. Very well. Allow me to point out the mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you will wind up being the one making the mistake.
Now then, let's have another look at that video. Show us that there's incriminating evidence for the witness.
Ah, fuck, hold on. There's blood. Look at that. There's blood right there.
Take that!
There. How's that for evidence? Please allow me to apologize for my colleague, Your Honor. He gets carried away sometimes.
Yes, well, this certainly isn't a first.
Will you forgive him too, Officer Marshall? He's not a bad man, just a bit disillusioned. Of course. I'm not one to gun down unarmed boys. Oh, great. Now Ezra's is defending me. Guess that means I missed the mark. Wait, no, it's... No, it was...
Hold it! Objection! Objection!
Maybe it's not the blood? On. Okay. I mean, it has something to do with his locker. I'm trying to like see. Oh. attack happens, and then nothing. Meekins is on the ground. And then... Holy shit. Yeah, it was... Bringing our attention back to the security camera. If it's a mistake, I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Yeah, Blank, you having fun with emotes?
Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. Which is the meaning of this, Officer Marshall?
When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away.
Hold up, hold up.
You know what I say? Hold your horses. Sorry, partner. You got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. Not my fault I happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? Guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I'd hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I'll call your bluff. You say I opened that locker, now prove it. A fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this.
Yeah, in any case, these lockers aren't that obvious. There are even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? Rawr, rawr. I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! No!
Order. Witness, explain yourself.
Is this a joke? Is this the worst I've ever heard? I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime.
What? Please answer the question.
What is this now, bullfighter? That's right, that's alright. That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here.
We can.
Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so,
then where's the witness?
it seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion.
Well then, let's hear it.
Officer Marshall was standing right here.
Dr. Meekins didn't notice him standing there. It's almost as credible as Meekins' rapt theory.
Your chamber's empty, partner. Better reload. Fuck. Wait, no, it doesn't make sense. He was right. Now they're getting up on me.
Perhaps you should think about a little more where Officer Marshall was.
Officer Meekins said he could have seen him in the evidence room. That means the only place he could have been.
Well then, let's hear it.
Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Oh wait, no, this is Meekins. Meekins is, hey, the fucking victim.
Take that.
Meekins wasn't the victim. That's right. Officer Marshall was standing right here.
There, but that's where the victim, Dr. Goodman, was.
Sorry, I forgot. I thought the K was Goodman for some reason. Correct. Unless that man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman.
Objection.
But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure.
Objection.
May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He totally pulled a knife on me! Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it?
Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so it must have been carrying it.
The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card.
Oh, I get it.
If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say about this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim.
I can't say I particularly care for your unprovocative decision.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dresses up as the victim?
Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Be happening. Obvious, he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you, but someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place?
What do you mean?
There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open this locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it had been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker.
According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as a Detective Goodman at the time of the crime.
Box? What box? Where's the box?
Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason.
The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside.
So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth?
Perhaps the video is the key to all our answers and answer questions. Probably the blood I noticed earlier. Very well, let's take a little look at the cigarette tape. Please show us what the witness had to see. And thus, ladies and gentlemen, for some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. Yeah. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you, and when asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white cloth coat you were wearing was soiled with blood.
A bloody white coat.
You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner.
Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth?
Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then you are today, we all wouldn't have been here now, wouldn't we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it. All right. Seems the time has come. I like popped a pimple on my face just now. Ugh. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. I managed to escape. I knew which areas would be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15.
So the supposed victim was really you.
But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor at the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could you be that? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since the case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transfer that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case leads detectives can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why did he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. You did it to fool the security camera.
And the detective's ID got.
I stole the morning of the incident. So that really was Goodman trying to fill out his lost item report. I returned his ID. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprint. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't be able to open that locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened that locker before Officer Marshall. Wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. Knocked him out. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just... Okay, my cats are fighting. Hold. Sorry, my cats are being rude to each other. Let's just say I was a little surprised. I don't plan on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I don't think anyone would actually come in during that short time.
Officer Meekins certainly is a one in a million type of a person. Mistaken detective for an intruder and determined him to show his ID.
I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. Where did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyways, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry I had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say.
Do you knock Officer Meekins out?
So you did your research beforehand. Those who get into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would be such a difference, though. The security tape is racing every 6 hours. Doggone plan, no foot. Doggone plan, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in the struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby.
So what you're saying is on that day.
Hold it!
But the blood found in the crime scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What, are you blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. I'm not gonna do what I refuse. What, Blank? What are you refusing? So you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. I'm not gonna do what I refuse.
What? Miss Edgeworth, what is that evidence?
It's still missing, Your Honor. Hey, Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence? Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's all to free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID and injuring a police officer at the 5. No, get out of my skin. The 5 what? The 5 what, Blank? This is no small offense. Oh, God. Carl Weiser for 5 minutes or ASMR for 5 minutes? Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. You can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. 5 minutes. 5 minutes is all I can spare. 5 minutes. 5 minutes is all I can spare. I give you my precious time and you waste it. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one's mine. I'll do anything it takes to get an answer. I'm satisfied with it.
What is something unusual about the deal? Let's hear more.
Hold it!
But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room.
Joe Darkey was convinced for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence.
I remember the Joe Darkey search case. It involved serial murder, did not.
I don't intend to complain about it. It turned out there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about.
What happened?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with the incident? Maybe I should press him on what I was thinking his real reason is. I had a feeling he'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in a way to that case. Better taking a look at the files. Edward Jones, Edith Kirby, Jeff Bates, Jason Knight, Rachel Moss, Neil Marshall. Oh my God, he had a family member who was killed. Oh my God.
Objection!
Because he had someone close die. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. Kirby? I think I know why you care about so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident files here. The name, Marshall, is mentioned in here. It's a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. You received the same lousy prosecutor award you got.
What? A prosecutor?
You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands.
What is his relation to you?
He was my brother. He was investigating the murderers with Damon Grant, the deputy chief of police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under him. They were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Darker. My brother fought Darker and was killed. That was the first time Darker left behind any evidence. That's all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. That case was finally closed. At least according to the public records.
What do you mean?
My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Darker. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions. There's more to my brother's death than the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, no one can fool me. You can't fool me.
Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime.
That was the last day of the SL9 case could have been reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's gotta be more than that.
So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's parking lot was the real one.
Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye.
Objection!
But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial.
Objection!
Which is why we extended the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason for the defendant was not convinced today. It yet retained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me, the boys got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries of the police department have been resolved. No doubt about it. Also, a murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of one of Miss Angel Starr is completely unconstitutional. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. I rest my case.
It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt.
Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera tape really was fake. I didn't realize I would end up proving Lana guilty.
Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Hold it! Hold it!
Hold it?
Yeah, it's her. Your Honor, wait! Emma, the defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right?
Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor? In a sense. Please, Your Honor, I'm all asking for a minute of your time. Please, hear me out. Miss Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referring to the Joe Darkin killings? Now that you mention it, the names of both Skye sisters were in that file. That's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprints had nothing to do with the crime. That left only the one thing on the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on the Detective Gumshoe's locker?
No fingerprints were found at the right?
No, but I figured it. I examined it scientifically. I had to be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. No, Conrad isn't a dictionary. This is true. This is true. I'm bad at words. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are only a clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy.
Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regards to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain?
It appears the defense is troubled by the other's blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, I can't be more of use. But still, if you can find anything wrong with the blood marks, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. If I ever need to show concentrate, if I ever need to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with the handprint inside Gumshoe's locker? Could be something I'm missing.
Objection!
The handprint left the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright.
You see the floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of this blood mark.
Let us play the defense simply to trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright.
With all this evidence here, there's something I can use.
The question is, which item can be proving something was missing on the floor plan?
The blue badger, he's standing right fucking there. What about that piece of plywood? The blue badger, mascot of the police force? Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans on the crime scene. The blue badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well?
Well, what?
That's right. So long as the blue badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at the spot of the locker.
What? What?
Sorry, it's hard to do voice in country.
So that means, so exactly what does that mean?
It means it can't be done.
What are you saying? Blood traces were undoubtedly found on the locker.
Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Ema, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave the handprint on that locker. So that means the blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in?
Just a moment. I will not allow such far-fetched blunderdash in my courtroom.
I may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. How? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins is what cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time... Just think of a crazy guy's voice from Borderlands. Yeah.
What? I'm the conductor of the poop train.
Someone bled prior to the struggle in this tape. It had to have been. It had to have been. Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. Think of the crazy guy's voice. Thought he said groping for a second. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found in the locker. So then, assuming this murder you probably really happened, what did take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur?
To summarize, the defense claims that prior to the officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as the Detective Goodman, another incident took place in the evidence room.
That's right, the blood marks in the locker room proves this.
Very well, then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Wright said, proof must be present.
What you want? Don't worry about what I want. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that.
Now then, will the defense please present this evidence? Please show us the first crime scene took place.
We do. We have the paper of the ID card records. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, when the killer would have had to have entered it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required.
An ID card? Oh, the ID card record.
Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at
5:40. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done?
I never would have figured you had done the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me.
Huh?
Nope, I ain't getting it.
I'm afraid I don't understand either.
It's clear from the limb oil test the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have been just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his blood away, then clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible.
That would mean the crime must have taken place before Miss Edgeworth entered the evidence room.
Yay, my friend will be home in a few minutes. Yay! Yay! Yes, I am going to do the tarot reading card. I'm just doing it after this because it's hard to do with the music. It distracts me. Let's take a look at that chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 7777777. Talk about a lucky number.
But wait, that doesn't make any sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room?
Since there's no records of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered alongside with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777777.
Miss Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 7777777.
That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up at the owner of the ID card. At least, at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 7777777 belongs to someone with a rank of Captain or higher. Someone who is so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such personal identities.
Objection!
But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which we can be granted such authority.
An official charge filed against the executive is accepted.
An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. Just make sure you don't forget. I promise I won't forget. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask you a question. Yes. No, not you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana?
Objection!
Don't be so stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course, we've looked up her ID number. And it's not 7777777. Don't play with me for a fool, partner. That's not what I wanted to ask. All I want to know is one thing about the incident.
The SL9 incident.
Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. That trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Oh god, I saw it spit on accident. Oh, but so sorry, y'all. Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Miss Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for this trial. At that time, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. Lana? I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. Before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendant, what are you saying?
I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that last trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did?
Chief Prosecutor, you didn't.
I didn't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Oh!
Lana remarks caused such a stir that the chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of this trial would have to wait until the following day. Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. No way they actually forged evidence 2 years ago. Save my progress? I will. Alright, let's do that tarot reading now. So that I don't forget. Oh, that camera's way too far up. There we go. Alrighty, let's do this tarot reading. Give me 1 second to shuffle lay cards. Lay cards need shuffling. The first card is the Knight of Swords. The second card is the Five of Temperance. I'm sorry, not Temperance. The Hierophant reversed. Third card is going to be the Page of Pentacles. Let us begin. I'm gonna shuffle all over you. Okay, crazy. The Knight of Swords rushes into battle as the wind whips around him. He charges ahead, pushing past all those who would get in his way. It is not malice or anger that propels him, but pure momentum. The Knight of Swords brings youthful, enthusiastic energy to a job, which brings with it an inspiration to create a pathway to success. The card may indicate a project that you are excited about. There is swirling energy around you. You cannot be stopped. The Knight of Swords denotes a high potential and offers you the strength to complete the project, but it also brings a warning not to cut corners or make hasty decisions. When the Hierophant appears reversed, it may imply a need to be less restrictive of your thought process and creative thinking. The Page of Pentacles is in the abundant lush garden. The Page of Pentacles sits on the flowering branch. She allows the energy of blossoming life to enter her spirit as she gazes into the pentacle, envisioning the path she wishes to travel. She holds in her mind's eye a clear vision for which she wants to manifest. The Page of Pentacles' message is to achieve that success you want. You will need to spend time developing a clearer view and preparing for where the road may lead. With this skill, you will be able to achieve your desire, and with this is where the magic happens. I thank you for redeeming that reading so long ago. Sorry it took forever. Hi, Bon Bon. How are you doing? Nice to see you here. Just in time for the tarot reading time. February 24th, 3:12 p.m. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. How are you doing, Bonbon? You doing okay? I didn't know. I never knew the SL90s. It was just another name for it. That Joe Darkin killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Just playing some Far Far West with a friend. That's awesome. Lana wanted Darky convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what she happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all in there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Ema? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Darkey tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother Neil was only trying to save me. That means you. Yeah. I was a witness in the Joe Darkin killer aisle. I didn't see that one coming. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about the time of this year too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. So dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up in the office at the instant. What I saw then buried my permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. Permanent picture? I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall, so you weren't able to testify about that. No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up that crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted the guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yeah, but I'm sure he didn't know about anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. I could have just testified properly, none of this would have ever happened. That's true, even though he wouldn't have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not Thema. What did you see in the instant the crime occurred? Drake knocked down Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in the front of the poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was calling my name in her arms. Poor Ema. You've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just couldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I was going to be a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crimes without any testimonies. Find the evidence to make an airtight case. Anyway, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Ema tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's still something that's puzzling me, Ema. What is it? You said you were in Lena's office the time, right? 14 witnessing a murder is rough. Yeah, like no 14-year-olds should witness something that crazy. Yeah, there's 14-year-olds right now watching fucking beheading videos on fucking Live Leak. Fuck. That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Derrick had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. That happened at the police department. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into his sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and the questioning rooms are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After that Joe Derrick case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective? Better have another talk with her. Lana, Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Those aren't children, they're serial killers reincarnated. Oh gosh, yeah. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't play Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Ema told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was a reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about the unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not less which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive officer marshals can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Ema. At the trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. All drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife? Lana, I don't understand. Why don't you just tell us? Ema, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gaunt cracked together. Chief Gaunt? He was a deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked on the crime scenes. Detective Demon Gaunt? He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports even could be filed. Ema really idolized her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use the experience in court, right? Gaunt's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigating of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of Detectives Investigation Derek. Second in command? That means in the investigation lead was Damon Gaunt? Yes, Deputy Chief Gaunt. And I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office? We led the team of the best detectives in the force. Detective Goodman, whose case of Jake Marshall and Angel Star. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Derek was a serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Ema. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Derek. You can see the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime. It was me. Now you tell us. My friend is someone gonna go play games now. Wish you all the best. Alright, Calamity, you have a lovely time. I thank you for hanging out with us. I just have mine to remind everyone to drink some water. Aw, thank you, Emery. I used to drink as well and stretch as well. Oh, my back. Would it be crazy if I got a popsicle, guys? Would it be crazy? Damon Gaunt and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Derek that day. The investigation was on its final stage and Derek must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gaunt and Marshall let their guards down outside the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gaunt and myself. That's where he found me. I move my chair, but it keeps sliding. Ah! You were the first person to run into the scene, Lana. It appears so. I was filing some papers while Grant and Marshall were questioning Derek. Crazy, I was crazy once. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Ema, who had passed out, and the suspect Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and laid unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Ema, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after all her sister must have been gone through. After that, I placed Derek under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence. I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in the trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance? But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came to a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Derek. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live with the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Ema was assaulted by Derek at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Grant and I shared. The office that Mr. Grant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office. Yes, the site of the SL9 murder. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. Chief Detective seems the same, though. I should look for some other people to talk to. Right. We can come back here later. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. You Sarah. You never know where life leads you, huh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy died up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where were you heading? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance. We all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go into the evidence room today, partner. But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If there's ever a needed case, I need to know the truth about it. It was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about the trial from that beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, their murder weapon. Their murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with a broken tip? That Joe Derek's alright. But in the initial autopsy report, questioning was raised. Question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars all of us. The scars that SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I just had been made detective when he went down. It was our first case together. How old was he? Your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have been really close with his brother. That day the SL9 incident took place, that was in the same day as... That's right. He was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. He was usually in that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I cannot tell you... I could tell he got the brains. You ain't got none. Can't believe 2 years had gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence that the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all know later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, taken care of. Miss Starr's fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tanner room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? What are they talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Demon Guy and Lana Sky. The investigation lead Damon Gant and his second in command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on that force who hadn't heard of that duo. The case was the biggest step in both their careers. After that case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office. After that case, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah. Stephen Gant, the new chief police officer, arranged that to happen. She never been the same since she left. Everyone who you knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Scott was totally different when she was the detective. Now that he mentions it, Yuma did say something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret has all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used foul case evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I wouldn't even be a patrolman after today. Oh. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Aw. Marshall, he's a good guy. I feel bad for him. No one's here today. Not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, I thought we were finally making headway in our case, but instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's questioning by an inquiry committee. I think a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to half-letting evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. Hey, check it out. There's a metal plate here. Looks like the names of previous descriptions engraved on it. Wow, one guy's listed a bunch of times. Von Karma. I guess he was a foreigner. Huh, yeah, that's probably it. Well, wherever he's from, he must be an amazing prosecutor. Just like to meet this Mr. Von Karma sometime. When she says it, his name does have a kind of ring to it. Yeah, but his brother also won. Not his brother, but Marshall's brother won this at one point. This place always looks pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, you're looking for the others. They're all in the conference room. Thanks. Oh, yeah, she talked to us. The chief prosecutor is saying what she did and the decision what she do. By Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving, Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Probably a stupid question, but what happened to Maya? She in the last game, at the end, she decided to, because she hadn't been training in her spirit media training, she decided to go back to her home up in the mountains to go train to get her spirit training back so she can become a medium again. That's where she's off. And that was like months ago. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Oh, well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to Chief Gant's office. What the fuck? February 24th, Police Department's Chief's office. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office. In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what I said. That's what it said on the door. Hey, that's around my birthday. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. Today they used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius. Oh, shit. I never could remember where C was. Oh, it's you two. You've got. He put a paper in. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, righto, where have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't been kind of busy lately. Mine's the 17th. Oh, very nice. My birthday's also on the 17th of January. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with this Mr. Marshall misconduct, and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years ago have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. Hey, day twins, dab me up, twinsy! Ah! See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He took it to the common roots of our work together. Something's not right with the picture. I can't quite see put my finger on it though. It's the vase. It's the same vase I have in the records. Anyway, I like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with that, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. February 28th. My sister's birthday is February 26th.
Hey, pal.
Is that the gumshoe? Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting?
I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee.
Sounds like the gumshoe's still out of the loop.
Say, have you seen Mr. Edgeworth?
Edgeworth? No, why do you ask?
He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court.
That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth, that's the whole world after his blood.
Yikes. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she?
Regardless, the prosecutor's responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there's been a lot of rumors going around with Ms. Edgeworth. His amazing talents as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who didn't like him. But now with this...
Are there really so many people who hate him?
In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Ms. Edgeworth not only has that, he's young. There's no receipt I know for making enemies.
Hey, Dick, you about to go to work?
Yes, sir.
Let's go out for lunch sometime, alright? My treat.
Yes, sir.
You gotta take me back
Back to that joint sometimes, okay, Dick? Yes, sir.
You sure don't have any problem with enemies.
Yeah, well, I'm certainly not stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at those files earlier with the coffee was brewing.
He was generally concerned about Edgeworth. Well, did you find anything?
The only evidence Derek left behind was during his final attack.
His final attack, you mean?
Yeah, when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl.
Me. Sister Gumshoe has never realized Ema was the girl.
That was when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. It had something to do with that murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, alright?
Powers of recollection has never failed to impress me. Maybe we should have shown him the murder weapon. It might have jogged his memory. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the
Joe Derek was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman.
Businessman? What made him to take serial killing?
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car? So it was an accident.
An accident, yes, but it transformed into an animal.
An animal?
He killed the man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw that second killing. A kid walked by then, so he killed him too. Then he was just burying the bodies. A jogger came on upon the scene and killed him as well. Finally, he turned himself in.
Seems he was a pretty careless animal.
Of course, that's all I conjure. That wasn't a single shred of evidence.
He turned himself in?
Yeah, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. The crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Derek was arrested on the spot. It was a good thing the last victim was killed.
Last witness, aka Ema. About this.
Hey, that's a tag attachment with the SL9 incident on it.
I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of.
What? What are you doing with it? What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, the knife's been locked away in the locker. Locker?
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, it suddenly disappeared from the locker. And was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it. Now I remember what the incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what was it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again.
Yeah,
This knife, it was Joe Derek's, wasn't it?
that's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it. Plus, it had fingerprints on it, too.
But no one actually witnessed him using the murder weapon to anyone.
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you can see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well anyway. Take a guess where it was broken the tip of the knife was found. That's what did him.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Derek's knife?
You bet, down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gaunt.
It's not about money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? Where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, that's his ID card gonna lock the door.
What? Really?
Yeah, but if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned.
Oh.
Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? Is it a Goodman's?
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day that he died.
Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. You seen it somewhere?
Somewhere. Maybe it's one of those memories people have in previous lives.
This must be the most informative detective I've ever met.
Something about it makes me feel uneasy. Like I've seen the chief's office, but he's yelling at me.
Chief Gaunt?
Where could I have been that before?
What could I give him? Let's see.
guy almost made us lose the case today. What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain, the evidence locker, with his life. What you can say about most officers nowadays.
He would have been saved a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well. I have to admit he's right, though. Possibly later. Possibly another murder took place at 5:15. Hellos. Hi, Titus. How are you? Alright, let's go. I don't think we're gonna find anything else here. I think we have to go find something to go jog his memory. This is rope, isn't it? Yeah. You're good? I'm glad to hear that. Maybe Edgeworth is back on him. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. He looks like he's writing something.
What are you doing here?
He's sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh?
I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me?
Yeah, Miss Edgeworth, I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real things.
What do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day.
How are you? I'm good. I'm doing really good.
There's no excuse for what's been done, what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what all breaks down to, and nothing I can do will erase that fact.
But you didn't know, did you? I mean that the evidence was falsified.
The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department error is my error, my responsibility, and the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same, no matter what excuse I might have.
Miss Edgeworth.
I take pride in my work. But tell me why. Why has it all come to this?
Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow?
First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerve.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial.
Tomorrow's the last day. Too late to change prosecutors. But that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that this case would come back to haunt me like this.
What do you mean?
The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
It's only half as long as most lists. This is odd.
After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may have not been a part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just found a picture taken around that time. That picture. Something strange about it. Could you tell me about the day of the crime? What happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony at the station, right?
I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this.
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out of the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes. Just odds and ends. Pretty, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
Oh yeah, Chief Gott asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
The story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to?
That's right.
I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth's standing right here. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that the gumshoe out the window? There? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on, first let me see what that girl's doing crawling around at my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But, Miss Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked has been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. Serious? Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation, I wonder if I can still use it for anything. Wright's gonna... This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gaunt's office. Prospector Neil Marshall. He just started making a name for himself. But this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutor's Trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes. The trophy Mr. Marshall's holding is a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. I remember it now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind this design. Story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. You know, it wouldn't hurt if you put this up somewhere, like on a shelf. That has no meaning for me anymore. What do you mean anymore? That's who I was last year. What good is it to dwell on the past? He's asking me? Why can't he just say it actually? Actually, something's been troubling me about this shield. Look, do you notice anything different? Different? Yeah, don't you remember? The older shield in the court record? I guess I better present this other shield. It already did. No, here we go. This award originates from the ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the other means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredit them both. Then the king pointed this out and the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's our nature to pursue these matters into a conclusion. Even in result that something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Miss Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gaunt. Here you go, the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gaunt. They say where there's smoke, there's fire. Apparently I was so caught up in the smoke, I lost sight of the truth. Edgeworth. The others are right. I have no right to serve as a prosecutor. But Mr. Edgeworth, you were only doing your job. I always made up my own decisions what I can or cannot do. That hasn't changed. Forgiving myself is something I cannot do. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. Excuse me. Excuse me. Would either you care for a quarter pounder of roast beef? Miss Star! Guess she's out of her lunches. You certainly are a curious sort, aren't you? Kinda like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone on the trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence that was the case was from due for transferal. This can't be an attribute of mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The intense Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to savor when eaten. Miss Star hated the hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Derrick, that's a name I'll not soon forget. We chilled him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. I still think it was more alive than I was then. Oh, I definitely sucked on nibbles. I mean, what? Who said? Those days before shamer, then a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. Must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Sky. My sister? The best of the best were put on the SL9 case. Of course, they were led by the legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gunt. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forge of evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. It was so obvious that the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you didn't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much of an explanation. Even then, Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter.
She's being used?
Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Gant led the investigation while Lana was second command. They were the best. They have all sorts of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant was magnetism in particular was almost unreal.
His magnetism?
By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the case he handled.
Incredible evidence, you mean?
Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though.
I take it she's talking about forged evidence.
Back then everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was fooled, really. She hated everything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. As if it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that?
Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she?
Yeah, thanks to Chief Gaunt's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There's only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office.
What? You mean, that's why Lana was transferred?
If he can control the chief prosecutor, he can control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change.
Alas, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr.
You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisines. I hope you turn out to be a better chief than I've been.
Oh, you're back.
You're still here?
I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I turned into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well? If I'm mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ.
I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in your chief office, period. I'll be on my neck on the line.
That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. I do have something that'll make him, but it's also gonna break his heart.
What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way. This Edgeworth can't be serious.
Is he ever not serious?
I can't believe they pushed him this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him.
Detective.
That's it. Made up my mind.
But
Here, take my ID card.
we can't do that. If someone found out, we wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. No secret, I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated.
What?
So at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake.
Alright, detective. Thank you. Oh, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna fucking cry. I love all these characters so much. I'm gonna fucking cry, man. Oh, I'm gonna fucking cry, man. I'm gonna fucking cry. Yeah. They care about each other so much. Here goes, Mr. Wright. We're in. If anyone finds us now, the gumshoe's a goner.
If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out.
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. Gumshoe, you big dumb lovable idiot. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost.
To the Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that?
I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too.
If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Crushed and rendered unusable.
Hey, don't do that. That's my card. Yeah, why did I crush it? I never get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find.
Got a bad feeling about this. The desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yeah, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On the day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now?
No, sir. That is entirely Chief Gunt's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
You finish your book? Yippee! 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 That's a strange reason to leave it there.
He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us that himself, our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see. Ever since Lana left, no one's ever touched that desk.
No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady who comes in here every morning.
So 2 years ago, and past that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think... you wouldn't be... No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay, then let's look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy.
Huh? What is it?
When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let that go like that.
Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think Chief Gaunt might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gaunt. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet.
There you go. Ignoring me again.
Well, I'm tired, so I'm gonna go to bed. Have a good night. Aw, good night. I hope you come back tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow. More things we shall do tomorrow. This is safe, isn't it?
Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue.
Oh, okay. You said so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open. Which, I do not know the code. A 7-digit number, I think. I don't know it. 7-digit number. You know those somewhere.
Oh, tried entering my birthday.
This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons.
Sure is, pal. Chief doesn't care for imitations.
First the pipe organ, now this armor. You know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay.
Shh. Be careful what you say. Who knows? Chief might be hiding in the armor as we speak.
I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Get it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be.
Wow, looks like it's tied to Chief Gunt's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier.
Oh, it's just you two.
Chief Gunt. No paper on the desk. I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence.
In most cases, this list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here.
Hold on, Detective. Did you just say...
I said I wonder what...
No, about evidence list. Normally they're twice as long.
That's right. I guess there isn't a lot of evidence.
Half-size list of evidence. A list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about the case! It appears so. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out before she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame left of it. Hey! This is where Lana and I went to the theme park.
Look at the giant window. Makes you want to cross through it and jump outside.
This is the 15th floor. Okay, I'm going. It's almost 11 p.m. I'm normally asleep now. Hey, go get your sleep, clown. Go get your sleepies. Go get your sleepies.
I know, I was just saying.
Saying what?
Ever since making this I've always dreamed about doing something like that.
Note this up. Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So as long as we don't go trashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. Alright, let's see what else we can find here. This was Lana's desk. I'm sure it's tidy. Lana was always being a meticulous cleaner. Meticulous? There's not even any dust on it. It still looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here?
No. Chief Gaunt must still keep it clean in memory of her partnership. Here is stuff Legend made of.
Does he keep a memory of her or in the memory of the crime?
That she's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department.
That's on the 2nd floor, and this is on the 15th floor of the entire different building.
When Detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office, and he makes him listen to the organ for hours.
What's so bad about that? Music sees the song.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally.
But aren't the chief's ears affected?
He never listened to anyone anyway.
That's besides the point. This was taken the day 2 years ago. That day, Joe Dark went out of the questioning room and tried to kill Ema.
After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Grant to question Dark. But he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later.
Gee, you think? What? I wonder what this is. Looks like some kind of drew, some kind of sketch here. What is it? What, did you find something? Can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Huh? Oh no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving like that, Miss Wright? I better not forget about that picture. Right, please. I'm the prosecution on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, please. Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very stylish manner. Who's are you on anyway? You better just show him any best evidence I can get some reaction out of him. Yeah, I thought that would like do something because the other half of the list, but nope. I really shouldn't show my enemy the hand either. An amazing gambler, last 22 years. Oh my god, Bomb Bomb, what the fuck? Nah, shit. Wait. You say 7 numbers? I want to try something.
Safe. Word is ripe with intrigue. Yeah, if you say so.
It looks like the code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. It's a 7-digit code. I have a 7-digit number. I think I might just know what it is.
You know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday? It's...
I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Do I have to use my mouse? Oh no. Nope. Holy shit. I was right. Bingo. What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was it, pal?
777777. The final ID card on the record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day.
You mean 777777, the ID number.
I think you're 17 shy this time. That can only mean one thing. That's Chief Grant's ID number. Say, everyone's card care to look inside? Anyone care to look inside?
Move, Gumshoe.
Then I started to get beaten with a bat. I have such amazing friends. What the fuck, gamer? What the fuck?
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed anyway?
Look, it's a
Short of a broken cup.
It somehow looks familiar to what I've seen before. Never seen this before. There's something else in here too. Is that? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint. This is a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. Do you think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, it's just a thought.
Is that it? That's all that was in that safe? Apparently so. It's empty now.
A piece of cloth with a handprint and a broken shard from a cup.
They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but uselessly you prove they have something to do with the case. I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, my neck here on the line.
Great, now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's gotta be something that we can show the detective. Where's the wait, did not come with the evidence? That's what Chief was reading before, wasn't it? You know when we first came in here? Yeah, it looks like the right side of the form has been torn off. So Mr. Edgeworth's list really was the only half of the whole thing.
Something else is bugging me more than that. Take a look at the back of the form, pal.
The back? Nah, fuck. Detective Gumshoe, could you take another look at this jar?
I remember when the three of us put that back together. Oh, those are the days.
Did Gat do the murder? I think he may have done the murder.
It's kind of clear to be nostalgic. Early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence in the case?
That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 sticker on it.
Doesn't that ring any bells? Do you know the fragment we just found?
You mean this one? That was just in the safe?
Yeah, that one. That was just in the safe.
Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits.
Alright, let's see. Let me put this shard and take a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what your rookies can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue. Piece together again. I'll prove Chief Grant was knowing. Here it goes. There. Fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Grant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But...
Hey, guys, get a load of this.
What is it?
That piece of just attached is different from the others.
There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood.
I don't get it. Why would Chief Grant hide it in the safe?
I don't know why he would hide it in his safe. Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's some dark red stain here. Looks like blood. This piece of Chief has different, though. The blood stains on the other piece are just spots. But this one's a line. And that is odd. We have the jar now. Oh, it's hollow in the bottom? Interesting. Huh? It doesn't have a bottom? That's weird. I wonder which side is up. Better yet, what's the purpose of a bottomless jar? At least it doesn't collect dust inside, right? Yeah, why it doesn't? Can I fingerprint? Can I present the fingerprint set and stuff so I can fingerprint the stuff? Question mark, exclamation point, question mark. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this.
Hey, I know what that is, so you want me to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, Detective.
Alright, let's go down. Sheesh.
What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that?
Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Oh, hi, testicles. Only stream that's interesting right now. Well, hey, I'm glad you think so. I didn't even notice you earlier. I'm so sorry for not noticing. But hi. Crazy name, by the way, but hi. Yeah, it's at office together now. It does.
Huh?
Come on, isn't the time for jokes? We're talking about the cloth we just found in the safe.
Oh. I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Please, where are your sense of humors?
I gotta cover this. Alright, Mr. Wright, let's shake on the prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then once you've been absorbed to the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get on with this. Oh, I gotta fucking... Oh, I have to dust each fingerprint, it looks like. Yeah. Gotta get it all. Yeah. Yeah. Gotta get it all. Gotta get it all. There we go. I can blow it. Give it my best shot. This kind of result won't be any good for a matching print, will it? Doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this. Alright, let's try a different fingerprint then. Try the thumb. Sprinkle that pixie come all crazy. That's not good either. This looks like a good one. It's very dark. It hurts my fingers to do this. I'm spamming it. Bam. Ema? Ema, these are your fingerprints. No, how can this be? What are Ema's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Derek's prints.
Psst. Hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What is the kid's prints doing inside this chief's safe?
Don't ask me. Just keep this information from Ema for now.
Here, maybe you should hold on to this.
Thank you.
Well, was that any help?
Of course. Thank you for your ID. We were able to get some hard evidence.
No, that was not very kind, is it?
In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless.
Isn't that right? You in the coat. Chief Grant.
We didn't think he'd be back so soon.
Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out the window and saw a stray dog run into a pole.
Just then, I thought of a certain detective.
Do you mean me, sir?
Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir.
Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore.
But sir.
Now get out.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Detective Gumshoe, no. We'll be on our way too, then. Wait, you, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I like a word with you. I like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a licensed ID. You with the spiky hair. You're free to go. Mr. Wright?
Look, pal. I told you once, I told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you?
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew I'd be like this, I never would have said it.
Now that I've seen the evidence that Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I don't like this. Neither do I. I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. Why was he so silent on keeping this all the time?
Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try and smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal.
After that, I heard from Ema. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I see. So the chief asked Ema to come in for questioning. No use. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did not. I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one that stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who is the one lurking behind your words. Ian did a good job mentioning you. I'm rather jealous. Mentoring you, I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right.
Edgeworth?
Once you're convinced, you know something no one else can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there's no incriminating evidence. Then when it hit me, it's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in questioning may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name?
Take that!
Well, Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I think she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is responsible, then tell me something. He's respectable. Then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gaunt's name was never mentioned? Chief Gaunt? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I had a second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also the other, Damon Gaunt. If you intend to accuse Chief Gaunt, you will need to be more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gaunt falsified evidence in that case. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? These are evidences. These are pieces of evidence from SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gaunt himself. Now tell me, why were you taking all the blame for him? Touche, Mr. Wright. It's as if you summarize, I cannot disobey the chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for a murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of a Detective Goodman? Or perhaps I should say follow orders. Or should I say follow orders? Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day.
I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body.
Hi, Fish. How are you? I see you're on your second account.
You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Miles Edgeworth's car.
Can't do his voice now anymore. I don't know why. Just as I expected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct? I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk lock was broken, and I discovered the murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Derrick's knife. Oops, hold on, I'll be right back. I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That'd be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems I got blood in the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged a knife in. Miss Starr, Why did you need to hide Derek's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Derek case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Derek's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the weapon used in the stab that if word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in a scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. You're saying why Emma is so confident. Yes, welcome. Hello, fish. How about Lana's innocence? Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gaunt, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? Ugh, I got like cat hair that just floated into my mouth. Ugh. The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden. I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things in his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and as an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial, there's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. Gotta get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. Anyways, how's my favorite crow today? I'm doing amazing. How are you today? We continued. Yes, I will save. And soda, yes, and soda. This is a defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Ema for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening from behind the scenes. Something's been happening from behind the scenes. More like poopsicle. You know what, Bone? Fuck you. Fuck you. Take a rip. I will take a rip. Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 777 ID number card is? Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks I'm not the only one who figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial hasn't reached a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number doesn't belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. And it's just stop by to check in. Have a great rest of the stream. Bye, Conrad. Oh, bye, Fish. Thanks for hanging out. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and you only ever know the truth. It's to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time for reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. I'll see you in court, right? This is it. But we're gonna find out what the chief guy has on her. It's now. Trying to quickly eat this popsicle.
What is our intention for the trial of Miss Lana Sky?
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Normally this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Chief Gant.
Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, OG, been back in the pool yet? OG? Judgy? No, I've been drowning enough as it is my work. That's a good one. Don't think I could top that.
If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours?
Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, she should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and that'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess all the charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Sergeant Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of a prosecutor's office. No, Lana.
Objection!
You can't. Sorry. You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana, Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has certainly proven in case early testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation.
I hear that lolly up your mouth. You shut the fuck up.
Indeed, there's no further need to continue this trial. Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
Can't be happening.
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Objection!
Right? One moment, Your Honor. I mean, Edward?
Miss Edgeworth.
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty, beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature.
Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut?
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gunn.
What?
Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me to be. Phoenix is just like hard as shit right now, like looking at Edgar like, oh my god, I love this man. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy.
I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution will like to change its first witness.
Oh, to whom? To whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Sky. I request the court hears her testimony. Hold it, Mr. Edgeworth. I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Sky. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Grant? Were they?
You live to regret this. Mark my words.
Miss Emma Sky, please take the stand.
All right, before we do that, let me take that rip you requested of me 6 minutes ago. Oh my. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horses by the reins. That's better.
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma Sky. I'm Lucky. Hello, Lucky. Hello. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Derrick of the Joe Derrick killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
How's it going, everyone?
I'm doing amazing. I don't know how everyone else is doing. I'm sure they're doing amazing as well, but I'm sure they'll answer you. I'm great. I just took a rip. You know, we're vibing. We're solving crimes. As always.
Miss Edgeworth, please remind her of this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. It's an incident that was nearly 2 years ago. Really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay.
He sure gave in fast.
Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago.
This trip to yesterday has finally begun. The yesteryear, not yesterday, yesteryear. Tucked in bed and Conrad can't stop sucking off all. Okay, first of all, it was because I had a bomb pop. Let me just clarify that. I do not suck off lollies. I ate a bomb pop popsicle. Found to lead to the truth behind this trial. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Those are my favorite flavors. Yeah, I like bomb pops. They're so good. I like original. I like the nerd ones.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Miss Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
Hold it!
2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was second in command under the deputy chief of police, Gant. My sister. She was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Grant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing the organ. I wanted to play it that day, too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to the dinner after she finished her work. I just Edgeworth is sweating bullets behind his stand. Yeah, it's like behind his fucking like, oh god, I'm pulling this shit out for Wright because I'm loving him. I love this man.
Hold it!
A man? Yes, Joe Derrick. He was a serial killer.
Joe Derrick was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were so desperate to get anything on him that he would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Derek proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran to Sky and Gant's office.
There's a lot of noise coming from the outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
Hold it!
What was the prosecutor doing there?
That day, there was two people present during Derek's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Almost forgot about Gaunt.
Neil Marshall just had received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assume that would also be why he was the first to take on a run after dark.
When Derek grabbed me, I thought I was good as dead. That's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't really remember what happened then, but...
Hold it!
Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Derek and then the lights went out.
The lights.
It was just about the time of the year. And there was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out.
Wait a minute. If it was a pitch dark in the room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That suddenly flashed the unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Bruce Goodman.
The victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes. That was so scary about the trial.
And you told Detective Goodman what you saw.
Yes, but at the time the words wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning.
Objection!
But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind address the same with your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I have that picture, actually.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into the drawing of that picture. And yet you insist on denying its existence?
Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture.
That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. Welcome back, Bon Bon. Hi, Bon Bon.
This is the evidence list in the SL9, isn't it?
Please, turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over. No. What's this?
Yes. Yes, what is that?
Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew.
Indeed. Two men appeared to be wrestling.
Yeah, that's a better drawing than I could draw. I couldn't draw this.
Objection!
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Only the prosecutors in charge should have access to that list.
Huh? These lists are different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Miss Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can't see the marks here when they were torn apart from each other?
So you see, Miss Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in the case will have ever reached you. By being in a game, but didn't survive from being shot. Oh, that sucks, Dick.
What? What?
Hold up. But, Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor?
Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
If this evidence list was torn in half, then that might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Yes, that's quite conceivable. Miss Edgeworth?
It's possible. Let me see.
Is something wrong?
Do you even have to ask?
Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing.
That thing? That thing was dancing in the evidence room.
Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives.
I guess he was out of scrap paper.
Evidence was restored and updated in the court records.
Very well, witness. Will you please testify about the picture you drew 2 years ago?
Oh, yes, Your Honor. What's wrong with Ema? She seems to be thinking about something else. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think the flash of lightning could bring such an image to your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows their Derek.
Whoa. That's not true. This just shows two shadowy figures. Either or it could be Derek. He could have been the one trying to get stabbed.
Hold it!
Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, it was such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Mr. Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gunt and Lana Sky. 2 or 3 days later, that memory should still have been fresh in her mind.
Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why the picture is painted all black?
Hold it!
So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue.
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor?
Derek had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when I saw the lightning flash.
Poor Ema. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flash?
Hold it!
You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No, I'm sorry.
Objection!
The flash of lightning only drove out the darkness for a split second. Not only that, the trauma of the situation undoubtedly caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further?
No, I'm so sorry. Your vibe's so low, Bon. Hey, I'm not the bad guy here.
Anyway, this picture shows exactly what I saw in the instant.
Hold it!
Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course, it's the exact scene.
It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives?
Objection!
Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright?
No, of course not. Damn, Blank, damn! 97% vibe? Damn. Better watch out, or you might find me to cut my salary.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Oh, well.
Strange. She claims it's exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here.
Hold it!
Fuck, I didn't mean to hit this again.
Objection!
Well, yeah. Because this says stabbed in the back. This is the Neil's autopsy report. Neil Marshall's. Yeah, he was stabbed in the back, but this shows him getting stabbed in the front. Which wouldn't make sense.
Objection!
hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply point out this contradiction for us. What in part of the picture contradicts your autopsy? The knife?
Take that!
The contradiction here lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken.
Even I don't have to look closer to see that, Mr. Wright.
But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? The tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
If it was considered a piece of evidence that was proven Joe Derek was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Ema.
Objection!
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem?
It's obvious, really. The victim's suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not have yet broken.
Ah! What's the meaning of this?
Objection!
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Objection!
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right. But what does this mean?
Objection!
The tip of the knife was found undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
Objection!
That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure that she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the times, but she was sure she remembered correctly.
But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Objection!
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence?
You're treading on thin ice, right?
All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility.
No. No.
Order. Are you saying that the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place all the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecution officer were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Derek along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Derek fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Derek. Con should definitely check how his vibe is. You know what? Why not? You know what? I will check my vibe. What's my vibe? Only 3% vibe. No. It is my belief that somewhere in the story there's a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have happened with this could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being two broken knives?
Another broken knife besides Joe Derek's. Could there have been one? Would it have been her brother broken knife? If she's not mistaken. Broken knife. Could it have been? Unless she's mistaken. I want to say there's another one, but I don't think I have any. Do I have any? I can look at court records. Oh shit! Yeah, there's a statue, but it wouldn't. It didn't have to break though. Yeah, there is another one. Welcome back, Fish. If the witness is the mayor about the accurate of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma did really see a broken knife.
I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. So please, feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's a real murder weapon. The answer lies in the past. 2 years ago in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is the picture of the award ceremony.
What is it, Miss Edgeworth?
It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Derrick's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood this award.
Order!
Neil Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors that day, and the award had been given this broken shield knife. When he chased after Joe Derrick, he pulled out his knife. He pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in the dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Miss Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award's knife was the murder weapon, then the murder and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, the man raising the knife would have not been the prosecutor. It would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh.
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to the conclusions. Hold it! Wait! I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness?
Miss Edgeworth. What is it? You show me your evidence list again, please?
His list. Oh, there's a picture stabbed in the back.
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list was torn in half all the time I drew this picture. The list wasn't torn in half when I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we were to this witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you recall, Miss Sky?
Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? This should be getting interesting. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
This is certainly most unusual.
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hasn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Hold it, stop. Please, don't pursue this any further. Lana?
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
You can't do this. I already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it to that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come to this far. It's too late to turn back. Ooh, he knows. He knows.
Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
Seems we're finally getting to the core of this matter. We all know. When you see that man, I assume you refer to Joe Derrick. Yes, at least I think it was him.
You think?
All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident. It also documented in the prosecutor's office reports.
Ah, thank you.
Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems so convinced that Derek was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. Then the Derek guy knocked me down. All I could do was think, I've got to help that other person.
Hold it!
What do you mean you think? It all happened so fast. And I was in shock. I can't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Scott, Miss Scott was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, and a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next?
Hold it!
Are you sure about this? Of course. See, I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief's detective who thought of this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite variable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when you thought you just had to cause enough commotion.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
Hold it!
His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with his winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it had three creepy horns.
Objection!
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
Objection!
That may well be. But what important is that caused her to think she saw what she did? Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. So all that means, please tell us what this shadow really was. Who was the Blue Badger, really? I just might know. The Blue Badger hadn't even been dressed up when Emo drew the picture, yet she's certain she saw it in its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the defense belief on the 2 years ago said something looked like the Blue Badger, something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright?
In this room. Very well, Mr. Wright. What is in the witness saw that didn't exist? Please show us what the mysterious Blue Badger looked like.
Back. Yet? Maybe? I want to say the vase turned at a certain angle, but I could be completely wrong with that. Check out the cheese hair real quick. True. Oh yeah, it could have been. No, it's not. It's not. Look at his hair. It's not like that pattern like the Badger is. The Badger's like 3. He's got a whole bunch of them. I'm gonna try this because I want to say if you rotate it a certain way, the mysterious Blue Badger was in fact this.
But that's... what is it exactly?
I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger. Indeed, it doesn't as it stands now. It's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this. Like this? Maybe? Maybe... Fuck, I didn't mean to present it.
Objection!
Allow me to remember the defense's case. Hearing on these wrongs, Mr. Wright can't match the shape of the witness. We cannot accept this claim. I didn't mean to present it. I meant to rotate it. I hit E instead of Q. Yeah, shit, hold on. Rotate right is R. Okay.
like this. Yeah, looks right. Yeah, that kind of looks like it, right? Right? Y'all see that?
Take that.
No, this is right. Fuck. I have to swear. It's so hard to angle it to like get it bulbous.
Take that.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, fuck. Well, is this a miracle or what? Fuck you, Phoenix. No one could possibly deny this jar represents resemblance to the blue badger. No, it can't be. Order, order. The defense has proven its claim. This mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Objection.
Although we all enjoy Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point?
What do you mean?
The badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
Objection.
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything.
Indeed. Very well then, please tell us. What difference now with that? What difference now that we know the witness saw this jar?
Allow me to take these in turns. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar.
It's a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright.
Yes, we all knowing this is where she could have seen this jar. Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. On the shelf of the office of the Damon gone.
Objection.
But the blood was found lying near Lana Sky's desk.
Objection.
Actually, I didn't read fast enough. Yes, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Derek and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gaunt's office.
Objection.
Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gaunt's office to Lana Sky's office?
Yes.
Why would he do that? There's no reason.
Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what the reason was, Mr. Wright?
Finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. Too late to quit now, though.
Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who's holding the knife. So in the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to be the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Mr. De Palma, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have been Niall Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy.
No. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking.
Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have no idea, but nonetheless. I don't know if I can go through with it. Mr. Wright? What's the matter?
If events took place as this defense theorized, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked actually was prospected Niall Marshall, You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! Oh, she fainted. Oh no. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
It was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unpredictable.
Objection? What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Derek murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Ima? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Ima did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conceivable evidence that proves my sister killed Nile Marshalls?
Evidence?
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes. It certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get a dead people to testify. This has to be a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touche, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Miss Edgeworth?
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left something behind to name the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
I gotta think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that victim may have left behind is in the evidence. The message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister is a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Ima of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show the evidence of the piece of evidence.
It's the jar. Think about it. They had the weird scribble, like someone drew it. All the other ones are spats, but then there's a dribble. See? This is a message left by the deceased.
That's Blue Badger from before, right?
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? Is nothing could. I'm sure it would. Look like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a familiar trail of blood on this jar. It looks as someone wiped the blood prints away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood of some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here drawn in blood.
Yes, there's a line here drawn in blood.
So what you're saying is that these dots were once lined. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the very few precious moments left in him to leave a message behind. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar when the illness changed directness, and the lines changed directness. Precisely so. So all we need to do is connect the points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No.
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor, I believe the message stains to reveal us who's the answer. His murderer's name. Fuck, I gotta connect the dots.
Oh. Oh, it's already. Oh, it sucked.
Take that.
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocent. That's why I've been thinking about it saving. That's why I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Ema. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. It's actually fucking insane. That's what I'm saying. Of all people, he may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Ema Sky.
See you, buddy. Can't say I warned you.
Chief Gaunt.
You understand the implications of what you've done.
What? What are you talking about?
2 years ago, Joe Derrick was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not?
Ugh.
Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but he used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
Objection!
But Joe Derrick really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
I'm afraid that's not important. Don't you know we aren't defenders of justice? We aren't defenders of justice.
What?
We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery.
Ultimately, the responsibility falls onto the prosecutor in charge.
Despite what anyone might say, the fact cannot be denied.
What's going on at the prison?
They might have sense. How could he just stand there? Order, 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 order!
The gravel pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where the trial is heading, no one knows. To be continued again?
To be continued again?
Yeah, they really drawing this fucking one out. They're drawing this bitch from the rafters. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours.
Hey, I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Hey, I'm not interrupting. How continued is this shit? That's what I'm saying. Oh, yes, I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a trade to run around all willy while on duty. On top of it all, you caught me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
I take it Lana's having you run errands again.
Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give you this if there was a break-in. No way!
Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the two rules of evidence law. One, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. That's right, it seems so. The court really should have studied some law, really.
Chief prosecutors want me to give you this message.
Message?
She said if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book.
Him? I guess you'll have to get this book to read through. Again, why did this gag again? Because they love it. They love recurring gags.
So, doesn't look like this book will do you any good, though. Other than that was the chief prosecutor sentence.
That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh?
Huh?
Haven't you figured it out yet? Why am I still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me.
Ms. Edgeworth.
The real trial today hasn't begun yet.
What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all ruined, and that's forged evidence you were unaware of. Ema Sky found out unwilling cause a man's death. And now, you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
And we're going to expose him. Expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. I love this this fucking game. This game's awesome. I love it.
Call without relevant for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties on your actions.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls for the witness, but this isn't easy for me to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Miss Edgeworth, may have
struck a bargain. You think I have manipulated the witness?
I didn't say that. I just you think everyone has been talking again.
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
A solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? But there's no precedent for your proposing.
Undeniably, this is unusual agreement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Miss Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
It is settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. Gulp. The defense calls. After having to bring up the real murderer. Damon Gaunt. The defense calls Damon Gaunt to the stand.
Damon Gaunt? What does he have to do with this? Anything?
As a defendant partner who, 2 years ago, Mr. Gaunt has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely person to be manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gaunt to the stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch.
Your name and occupation, sir.
Worthy, are you sure you want to do this?
Your name and occupation.
So, you want to play hardball, huh? Please, Mr. Gaunt. Fine. My name is Damon Gaunt. I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gaunt, the court requests your hearing of your testimony.
Oh, righto. What's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean the time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? First, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There's already still some things unaccounted for.
Oh, like what?
Like the role you played in all of this.
Sean, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that the police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Sure. Take my testimony, for example.
I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What?
Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
Bullshit, my asshole? Suck my cock? No, you don't? Yeah, he does. He does have the right, if I think. Rule 1. Evidence has to be shown without the approval of the police department. 2. Unregistered evidence presents must be relevant to the case on trial. Yeah, no, they don't have to present. That's true. He's correct. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony. As I recall, Niall and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, he slipped up. The power outage didn't help either. When I went to the office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. Can you see, as you can see, I had nothing to do with forgery. Is that when Derek was arrested? Him? Oh, he was lying on the floor unconscious. When Ema sent Neil flying, it seems Derek bumped his head.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
Police chief has the right to refuse to testify. Then I'd better hit him hard and fast. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day.
Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning the award, Neil was all fired up too. It was probably what spooked Derek and made him run away like that.
Was the defendant Lana Sky also present in the room?
I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Derek ran for it.
So the two of you ran immediately after him, right?
That's right, but Derek made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say. He got lucky.
What's this about a power outage?
Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden. I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil when that knife went into his heart, though.
That's not funny. Could you tell us what you saw?
It was a shocking sight. Neil and the serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. There goes also lying, collapsed on the floor. Yes, apparently he was hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Ema. Lana was carrying Ema in her arms. Looking back to it now, she must have already known it was her sister who had done it.
How can you know that?
Because the victim's body had already been moved.
So that means you found the body near Lana's desk.
That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that was really stabbed the prosecutor.
Yes.
Anyway.
So you're saying all the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how now Lana must have felt. But moving a body and hiding evidence is inexcusable, no matter what the circumstances.
Is that really how it went down? Staring at the witness, you do that any good, Miss Wright? If you're really going to stare at anything, you better be offering. You better be off sharing, staring at the court record.
Were they? Always the smoother talker.
With piece of evidence. He says he didn't do any forgery, but he did. He did. You hid the jar in your fucking safe. Don't lie to me, you asshole.
Objection!
You claim you had nothing to do with this forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you can't back up.
Explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example.
That's the blue badger you showed us earlier.
A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gunn, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation.
Chief Conrad, what is the meaning of this?
Oh, he has a defense attorney who ain't even rival-worthy.
So you admit it, then, that you were involved in this forgery?
Who, me? Or do you mean you?
Me, why would I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can also do so too. Isn't that right, Righto?
Objection!
However, Detective Gumshoe, who was present during the investigation,
Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rare sure Dick will receive his due punishment.
So this is where your voice acting skills are made? Yes, Pirate. This is where I scrape together my vocals and force them to sing their songs of woe. What? What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office. And the relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together.
How are you doing, though, Pyre? Are you doing good? I hope you're doing amazing.
Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all you know, you could have hinted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Darek was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I participated in a forgery. Arranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences.
Oh.
Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again.
I'm doing well. How about you? I'm doing amazing.
My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know.
Alrighty, IG. In return, though.
I know. That place, right?
Huh? Is this telepathic? I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations.
Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that.
What? I have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped.
Mr. Wright, what are you saying?
Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about?
What else?
I'm talking about when Wright prints are found. Yes, if they were found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. Never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. What do you mean by that?
This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act would necessarily constitute forgery.
If concealing evidence found in a crime scene isn't forgery,
I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered.
If they were found after Derek, blah blah blah. Are you saying the jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have been suddenly materialized the day after Derek was sentenced.
And wouldn't that be convenient? Right? The chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time.
There's something I don't know. Come on, Righto. Think about it.
Is he trying to help me? How can you look me in the eye and say that?
Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was in the murder, Neil? I'm not sure I care for who would murder him. When the end of the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Ema Sky.
And you get killed. We kill that bot. Really, Chief Gon. At very least, there's one very large benefit you've reaped from all this.
Oh, I wasn't aware. What was this benefit?
That would be, of course, being the position you have, Chief of Police.
Oh.
The resolution of SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That is in itself sufficient motive.
Oh, that's a good one.
Huh?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already next in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SE9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth?
Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway.
Be careful when pointing that finger, or you'll be winding up being the one pointed at.
So that means there's only one possible motive for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There's only 3 people I look out for myself. Me, myself, and I. There isn't. There is out in the open now. Uggy, would you mind if I change my testimony a little?
Now, by all means, please do.
Hold it.
Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I truly care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you could think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again.
You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone.
Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, it would have helped someone out. Truly might not have helped out anyone for their sakes, but it would benefit you. You might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright, if it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I meant.
Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Grant may have helped forge evidence?
Lana Sky.
Take that.
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky, the defendant.
I believe it's quite obvious in light of circumstances.
Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Emma Sky, who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana. And as for Chief Gaunt, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profits, you be.
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed chief of prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gaunt.
But how would he profit from all this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets?
That's...
Oh, wait. You mean puppet as in force someone into his bidding. Never mind.
I meant it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I control Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I could do such a thing? Lana? Quite to protect Emma. Fucking dumbass. There's no way she'd testify against Gaunt.
I've heard that any proofs amount of nothing more than conjure.
Unless this is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange through this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her.
Worthy, you must watch your tongue. I wouldn't want to get you hurt.
Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gaunt is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. Oh, I stepped away for a second. Someone got smited.
What? Shh. Order. I said order. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in a law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? It's impossible.
Your Honor, I was merely retraining. What Mr. Edgeworth said is easier to understand language.
It's too late, Mr. Wright.
Huh?
There's no turning back for us now.
He's like, we're fucked if we stop. Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Edgeworth knows, like, if we stop now, we're fucked, right? We're never gonna have another case in our lives.
Could you prove this, Mr. Wright? The chief of high-ranking officer of the law is involved in this murder. Good question.
Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gaunt is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell us.
I see. Alright then, let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us the evidence that ties Mr. Grant to the murder of Detective Goodman. It's going to be the fucking list. Watch, because his number's on that fucking list. This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on that list. We couldn't determine the owner yesterday. 77777777.
Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number.
It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gaunt's office requires a code to open it. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean.
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 77777777. Corruption. Who doesn't love uncovering a filthy maiden like her? The same as the remaining ID net card on that list. Chief Gaunt, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
Hold up. Chief Gaunt, what do you have to say?
Nothing. The defense search of my office is a violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright to be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation of you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Grant, so you admit it. You went to the evidence room on the day of the crime.
What about it? I'm chief of police. Well, it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone?
I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have gotten happy to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
Objection!
You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gaunt? I'm afraid you undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? The child's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
Objection!
No, it's not, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Goodman met the victim on the day of the crime, we need to determine the one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence.
Proof the victim was on that day? Yes. I did. Where is it? Where is it?
Take that!
Detective Goodman lost his ID card the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost items report. He could have given that report to the chief of police. He would have to have given that report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of the report. Which means you can't be sure he filled it. He filled it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to.
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh,
Detective Goodman took the form for you, Chief Gaunt. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him.
There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. There's no other way. Oh, it's all coming together now. It's like a puzzle. It's like a puzzle.
Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly.
But wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes. Now, that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
Objection!
Sorry, but that's not possible. According to this record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you really lent it to Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Oh, we're doing ASMR time now. We're doing ASMR time. Thank you, Bone, for the ASMR. We will gladly do ASMR. Chief Grunt, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime for one in their right mind. For no one in their right mind. Which would choose in their police department as the place that they commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Alana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
Objection!
You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there?
I was the police department the entire day. I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have the entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this dead body over here to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gaunt, you left all the evidence we need. You proved how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue taking up space. That's a crazy pose he struck. That's true.
How could the chief have moved to the body? Mr. Wright, show us the evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gaunt used...
Would it be the rubber glove?
No, because the glove was during the scene. Evidence list. Wait, would this be it? Unless. Oh yeah, because this is the one thing that's been sitting in my evidence that has like nothing to do with anything. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
What's that? A screwdriver. What does it have to do with the case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... I was asked to go by Chief Gaunt, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gaunt asked you to. You mean I... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
Mr. Goodman's body was carried to the trunk of the Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one possible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Order. What's going on in here? Is there no room for rebuttal in the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. There was not a photograph of the body being stuffed in the trunk or being taken away. This is exactly the opposite. But of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gaunt, please say something.
I believe your time's up.
My time's up?
Sorry, Righto, but I'm having a lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
What? This is not the right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
So you're going to just run away after all this?
Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy.
I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Grant is the current chief of police. The call to do not tell about exactly without concrete evidence. Well, Mr. Wright,
Your Honor?
Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gunn murdered the Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body.
I don't
think I have any proof. I don't think I have any proof at all, actually. I don't think I have any proof. No, I don't. No use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Edgy? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Edgy, I'll leave the rest to you. I can't believe I fucked up. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to the senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. What?
Huh? Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her.
Miss Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony.
A lady who knows the truth? Another witness?
In the absence of conclusive evidence, there's only one other method of proof is testimony.
But Chief Gant has invoked his right to testify to refuse to testify.
There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions. Raised in this trial, someone right in this very room.
Miss Edgeworth, who is this person?
Are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? We may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. There's only one woman who's not willing to tell the truth, and that's fucking Lana Sky. The defendant. Miss Lana Sky. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task: dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Miss Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court may now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will decide to reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in Hold on. Huh? Hold on. Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. And Lana, I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alrighty then. I've got a lunch date to meet. What a fucking slime bag. I hate this guy. Okay, if there's any further objections, this court is now in recess.
Looks like we managed to stay in the game.
Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth.
That chief, he's something else, pals.
That's a gumshoe.
I'm not a detective anymore.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, don't worry. I already decided where to work now. At your office.
My office? Why is the bots coming in today? That's the second one.
Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with.
You mean Maya?
Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How does he always get the upper hand?
Not fair. He has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, right?
Remember what the judge said.
But Chief, that is not the right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What do you mean by that?
It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true.
You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? You mean he forfeits his right to do anything too? Ema, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. I've heard everything that's been going on. Ema, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It's the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time,
My sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man.
Damn, Conrad, these are the things that make me wish I had the power to jump in and out of games.
And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since she was appointed chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
What do you mean?
What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Grant's orders, she must have shut herself up deep inside. Forced herself to do anything and everything the Chief had told her to.
That's why she became so cold.
It was all my fault. It was all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, Belle.
Chief Grant may be able to fool everyone else with this forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see.
Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act.
Emo, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going in with you. I'm going in with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, Mr. Wright.
It's time to end this.
God, me and Edgeworth like hold hands together now. To be continued again. Oh my fucking god. I'll let this be the last part. Jesus Christ.
Now then, will the defendant Miss Lana Sky please take the time?
Miss Lana Scott, you are the chief prosecutor, and I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you.
This shit is getting tiring.
But Miss Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done the past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us of your relationship with Chief Gaunt.
Everything hinges on your testimony.
It's the only chance we have to get Gaunt. I worked alongside Gaunt for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Derek convicted. It had nothing to do with Ema.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Even the honors know this is bullshit.
Your Honor, I'm confessing to the capital offense, of course. I'm sure. But Lana...
If this is true, then the Chief Gaunt has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah, this is no time to start second guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Your Honor, this bitch is scared shitless. How many years exactly?
Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then. That would be 5 years.
Detective Gaunt and Detective Gaunt and Detective Sky are legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases.
It must have been good coming from the same school as Mia.
Damon Gaunt was a respectable detective, that's why.
But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me much yesterday. You told me as much yesterday in jail.
You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is usable as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And?
Did you do so to help your sister?
Joe Derek was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life.
But what she did was a justifiable self-defense. You wouldn't have been charged with anything.
That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, and because of that creep, that's why I couldn't forgive him.
Lana.
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago.
You say you did this all by yourself?
Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seemed I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What? What? But Prosecutor Marshall died on the unfortunate accident.
That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. But the reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Finish that's all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change that statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Derek? Something like that?
If that's so,
What happened to the other murder weapon? Derek was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
that's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
How does it protect me?
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes.
Hold it!
You planted the tip of Derek's knife into the victim's wound?
And then you moved the body.
But why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders.
My head isn't that bad, but man, I thought it was for a shake of the others. Why'd you do that?
Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out.
Very well. I'll tell this witness at the last said one. The reason Mr. Scott violated tonight.
Hold it!
According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right?
Yes, and leaving it at that might point the blame away from Derek. I thought the most effective way was to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body.
So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound.
Yes, because I hated Derek for what he did.
Hold it!
So you arranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Ema from looking like a murderer?
How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Ema didn't do it, period. Are you so desperate to hide the fact?
You're willing to risk the death sentence?
She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't have to blame for what happened. In any case, I'm a prosecutor. What I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions.
Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. Looked like she's determined to protect you at the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it all alone. Gotta get Lana to talk more. She's lying. There's bound to be a slip-up she made, a contradiction. Years. Because there was a second question on the fourth one. Let me ask her again. That's why she put the knife in. Oh, hold on, that's...
Hold it!
Why did you move the body? So, when you showed up at the scene, where exactly was the victim's body?
It was wherever you deduced it was, by Chief Gaun's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason for this guy moved the body.
Pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan.
Hold it!
Pieces of the jar, you mean?
Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Derek committed the crime, I felt it would be more expended to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. No, Marshall was dead and Derek was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during the struggle.
I see.
What's the matter, Ema?
Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed, but I have a feeling there's more to it than that. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone.
Objection!
Ah, shit.
Hold it!
Ah, fuck. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I noticed too. The name, the emo name. I think I need to present it to this statement though, the one where she says it's shattered, because that's just wrong. I was trying to put it there where she said the last one, but I think that's just the wrong phrasing. I need to present it at this statement, not the next one. No, not that. Yes, present. There we go. Miss Scott, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where now Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life would have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right.
You have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on the jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor has made it written in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the door, it must have not been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emo's name on a shattered jar.
Order.
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to the jar and its bloody message. It may be missing something critical here.
Critical.
Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. What pieced together the information you arrive at the truth?
Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony.
I merely noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I couldn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm not sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You were the one who wiped away the bloody message.
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Derek was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now cross-examination.
Hold it!
So the jar was already broken.
It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier.
It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case.
Not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You are an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written in the jar pieces? Normally I would have.
Hold it!
So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar?
No. If I had known, I would have gathered up all the pieces and ground them into dust.
Well, that helps my case.
Anna, would you do that for me?
It seems you two might make up right.
Yet. Anyway, I had barely enough time to move the body as it was. If someone had happened upon you at the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. Oh, eyes at you.
This is rather shocking.
Hold it!
I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what truly happened.
What do you mean?
If you really thought Derek killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood.
What else would I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces.
Hold it!
But how could you see with the power out? It would have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light with a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece.
Hold it!
So you legally rearranged the crime scene? Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I'm sure you so badly all this time. Not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After all, we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt that day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. All contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She doesn't really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out a contradiction in her testimony. There's only one final possibility that might turn everything around. I'm going to present the jar again. My Scott, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of the jar in Chief Gaunt's safe. In Chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wrapped the blood off them.
Yes, which leaves us only with one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gaunt got there before you.
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
Objection!
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that?
Objection!
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on the shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gaunt at the time he was looking for Derek downstairs. Besides, if he was the first, why would he break the jar?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
No. Wait. I'm not the one on trial here.
Damon Gaunt arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness.
He proceeded to break the jar. And purposely hide one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called?
Fabrication of evidence.
Why would Chief Gaunt do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believes her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gaunt's aid. Lending her his aid, quote-unquote aid, Gaunt helped her create evidence that incriminated Derek, bearing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet.
No, I did it on my own. Jesus, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. I don't believe anything. Don't believe Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own clients.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gaunt's trap?
There's something wrong, Mr. Wright.
Lana? Maybe right after all.
What do you mean, Mr. Wright?
What do you mean, Mr. Wright?
So you do foul lies then, Mr. Wright? You do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
Wait, the witness may testify once more for the final time.
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor sword. Emo and Derek were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw her happen, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Guy help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it was all really a fabrication, Emo might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor sword?
You were the only one who saw that. It was only if only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? To me?
It's a picture I took at the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might help. I don't remember seeing a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? See, she really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright, please present this picture.
I don't remember seeing a picture from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. And check the evidence again. Must be a picture in there somewhere. No. No, it's in the book. It's in the book! Right? Is it in the book? Oh my god, you crazy bitch! You gave it to me in the book! There's a picture in here. Holy shit. Holy shit! Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. The last picture inserted in the court photo. Huh, Mr. Wright. That piece cut out of his vest, that could be... Both we found inside the Chief Gun's safe. What's this? And the fingerprints matched Emo's. My fingers also would be the real murderer. But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emo. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. As long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flesh out the real murderer.
Very well, the truth events may now begin cross-examination.
Oh, God. Huh? I didn't get to do that.
Hold it. Hold it.
Come now, Udgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen.
Chief Gaunt.
Now, what? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? What if I'd had to put in a word or two in my defense?
Objection!
I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeit your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that wrist we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Oh my god. Edgeworth. So what? You think I'm worried? Yes, you don't. Sorry to disappoint you. But I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, this is true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't. But someone does. No, no, no.
Someone.
So, what's your excuse, Righto? I'm gonna cry. Hold on, I dropped a fucking thing. Hold on. Oh, God. Okay, got it.
I've been fidgeting with one of my keys on my keyboard and I popped it out and I've been fidgeting with it.
Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neo Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt.
Is it true, Mr. Wright?
If I show this piece of evidence now, Ima's sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before this board of inquiries.
Think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. I'm sleep, have fun. Thank you, Lucky. I will take that rip. Good rip. Good rip. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one show who's really killed Prosecutor Marshall? No, I can't show the evidence. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
What? Chief Grant,
You opened my safe. Yeah, I know you took what was in it.
the conclusive evidence.
I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You knows whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gaunt? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. Yeah. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like a part of it's
cut off for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence? This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of police department.
You know, I plead nuh-uh. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
What? You mean you admitted to it?
Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. And the occurrence to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. You really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it to look like her blame would lay with her sister, that's when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Derrick convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. This is before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe?
But why?
For insurance. Well, of course. He's gonna pull out more shit out from her ass. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I was about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You were calculating the far ahead while forging the evidence.
What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. This is a job, Frederick. I had the most eligible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go ahead and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this for Jaw too? Oh, some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Miss Wright?
So you admit to it then. Chief Grant, that you were hiding this cloth to cut off the victim's chest, did you say? Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do it, that being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Fucking bots, what is with them today? Well, Miss Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have known it then before it was too late. The moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up, here victory's mine. I'm gonna have to show the evidence this time. They all know it. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows the murder. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes, at least you finally brought it into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests to be immediately sent to my lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There has to be a strong impact to hers, let's see clearly. You mean? It cannot have been forged. It must have been authentic, conclusive evidence. Oh, you're as slow on the uptick as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Righto had it all lined to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that?
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever's fingerprints belongs to the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well. I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as not predicted. The person whom these fingerprints belong to is...
Ema Sky.
What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Ema. But why? Why didn't you just tell me? Oh, you're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along. And you still tried to pin the murder on me.
So it's true. The tragic, but true. This girl really did shove the prosecutor marshal to the death.
Hold it, how could you? You monster.
Miss Sky.
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't.
Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'm your badge boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-mindedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer. Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what is that? Who really killed Prosecutor Niall Marshals?
What?
Chief Grant, you are absolutely right. This piece of clothing proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Niall Marshall, you ask?
It was Ema Sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? Contradiction? What is this fool blabbering about?
I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict?
Chief Grant, Your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. The photo, isn't it? Because look, there's blood. It even goes down like his mouth to his vest, but then it misses. There should be blood on this. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of vest was cut out?
Yes, it's sure to showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all this blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs were no doubt punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth.
Rubbed clean.
Wait, there's no blood on it. Ah.
Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at the time.
Oh, that's nonsense.
Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on an armored sword? Then to make it look like Emo was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said Emo's person proceeded to write her name on the job with the victim's blood. A job that then only broke on purpose to leave behind a clue and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago. That you personally cut out the bloodless piece of victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? That the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No! No! It's finally all over. Objection. Objection.
Objection.
That was a close rider. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations.
What do you mean you refute his allegations?
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
Order.
What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Aji? Earlier, Wright here considered that piece of cloth.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Do you actually think you beat me in court? Looks like your last laughs on you, sons. Little does he know. That's not how the law works.
I'm afraid Mr. Kraft's claim is legitimately correct. Well, Miss Edgeworth?
True, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Righto?
Betting bullets like a pussy. Seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has fully arrived. Finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, you admit to it that you purposely and illegally concealed this bit.
It wasn't on purpose. I mean, technically it was. No, I didn't. It wasn't illegal. It had nothing to do with the scene. I didn't know what he was talking about. I admit I refused to present it at one point. Aha! So the evidence is illegal. Objection! No, it isn't, Mr. Gant.
Huh?
It's not that I didn't present the evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There's one certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Edgy. Don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe.
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well. Let's just settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If it is...
Hey, I just want you all to look.
No evidence shall be shown without your approval of the police department. And 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant
To the case. It wasn't relevant at the time. I'm really, putting my whole life on the line for this one, That or it's Yeah, be the evidence law, right? Because look at it. It says, number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant. So when he asked me about it, it wasn't relevant. I didn't think it was relevant. But now it is. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Ema Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. That's true. However, at the point of time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying. I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented may be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take a look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented? That was showed only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value was you, Damon Grant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest? Oh, yes. No. It was then that you approved this cloth. A conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before the prosecutor marshal in his final moment. In other words, you're the real murderer, and there's only one person who could that be. Damon Gant. The killer was you. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something out of me. Times I'm being committed every day, yet he sits on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman. Yeah, that's right. If there's evidence didn't transferred, I'll lose my only chance to get to find out the real truth. Please, you gotta help me. Goodman turned him down. So he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit.
He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. And all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There's too many questions left unanswered.
He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said,
"It's not too late. I'm going to hand this all over to Marshall."
Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken back by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out.
Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime.
Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble into it, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the flow, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint of Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. and you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what was the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all this? Well, she had as much to lose as if I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Dr. Gunshoe's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get it in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that.
Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court?
Me?
You despise criminals. I can't feel it. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you tried to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbyes. Oh, Ajay. Oh, what? You're okay, Bone. That's crazy. Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damagant. I knew you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others of the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are long gone now, Ajay. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now, you have Wright here. And Worthy. And these two around. You can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The medallion sounds of 2 new beginnings. There are 2 things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Great betrayed you from the beginning. Gant. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant's help me forging evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all of your trouble. What high standards you have for a rookie? Huh? I can see why Mia thought you so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. Aww. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. To you too, Miss Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know as much as the ordeal has been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Miss Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examination is in order for all of us. Miss Sky.
Yes, Your Honor.
You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is still you acted in his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's just been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the change of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty.
Jesus fucking Christ. It took, what, fucking 13 hours to get to that? Fuck. Jesus Christ.
That is all. The court is adjourned.
Long time last. It's finally over.
Ema? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. At least she wasn't convicted of murder she didn't commit. 13 hours is crazy, I know. I think it was like a little over 13 hours because I'm just talking about like because we finished case 4, we started case 5, and then we stopped it, and then we're like, I'm finishing it today because it's the second part. And then that took 5 hours, and then now we're on this. So yeah, fucking 13, 14 hours. Jesus fucking Christ. No, that's not it. Just now after all the trials ended. I can see why Mia Faith thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered as much as anyone else over these past 2 days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me.
I'm not I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh. Yes, I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around all of duty? And on top of it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because my sister again?
Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
A fucking again? Lana?
Should you be doing this?
She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I don't tell if you won't.
You grew on me. Fuck. I know. The first time, you're like, all right, this is funny. The second time, like, really? Again? The third time, you're like, I love these guys. Ema, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in this mess. Sis, I asked God to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it in through the past 2 years. I know how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to finally realize. Ema, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I've always knew that. One day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Ema. Aw, screenshot. Aw. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why we must make up for our mistakes, you may ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it's from here that we can move on forward to a brighter future. At last, that's what I felt watching those two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, thank you both for all you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right? Edgeworth. Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here.
Where was he hiding?
I just came to say congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Miss Edgeworth.
Right, well, I'll be going now.
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you.
It's too late for me. matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth.
No. I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gaunt was right.
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it's really like to take it down. What it really takes to bring down once you've tried to do it alone. Welcome back, Calamity. Yes. He was eavesdropping to make sure everyone was well.
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary. But I've known that to be true for quite some time now.
But Edgeworth.
Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like that Chief Grant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
Edgeworth. Don't you understand? Damon Grant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show me what Lana's talking about. Evidence that neither of us would have been able to find on our own? Oh, is it the list? Because our list comes together and it touches tips. Is that the list? I'm gonna guess it's a fucking list because he had one and I had one. Yeah, I'm gonna assume it's a list. That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Ima's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Miss Edgeworth.
It's time for me to go.
Your voice is so hoarse right now. How do you think I feel? The power of friendship and gay sex. This is so true. Mr. Edgeworth.
If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill this prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you.
I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem.
Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court.
Farewell.
I better be going too. Okay, I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we'll both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And so, another case came to a close. And for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. Are you winning, son? Yeah, I am. And as for me, I think it's time I started a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself.
Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal.
Huh? What is it, detective?
There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to just be out of jail like this.
But he said it was okay.
Yeah, well, maybe okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story.
Huh?
Basically, I had a private car door to sneak her out for like 30 minutes. Believe me, it was cheap. It wasn't cheap either.
Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had that wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who will be footing the bill.
Huh? Huh?
You think I can afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
Huh? 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 Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Yeah, I got an idea. Why don't y'all go pay for it all together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Objection!
Objection! Very nice. Good game. Wow. What a great game. Oh, we're not done yet. Fuck. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Ema. I hope she'll be pleased to study under her top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I managed to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Ema. Alright, everyone gonna have their own little fucking thing. Everyone gonna have their own little thingy. Yeah, I loved it. Can I?
Yep, please. Skip to the next person, make it faster. I want to go to bed. Yikes, I thought I was a gunner for a moment there. In the end, though, yeah, I relayed my unauthorized investigation to the chief's office. If we penalize you anymore, you'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. Goes to show. You can't shake me off that easy.
Oh, gumshoe. Oh, dick. Oh, detective. I'm so happy. We still have 2 more games to go through. Wait, I'm waiting.
I'm waiting. Don't yell at me. Don't you yell at me. I'm very sensitive.
My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. You can believe it? I've been demoted as security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show him though. Someday I'm gonna make detective. Yeah, sir. Then I can just be like that dude gumshoe. Oh, Meekins got demoted? Wouldn't think so. Wait, where the fuck is our Phoenix and Edward sex scene? Don't raise your voice at me. That fucking badger. Fucking piece of shit badger. Oh no! No, it fell over! What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? My star managed to sneak this into me. He's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina a bagger smile. You make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Watch your tone, I'm sensitive, and I will cry. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell goes, I'll put a new meal on the menu. The Righty Way lunch. The top layer tastes a bit bitter as defeat, but the bottom layers are as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller on the exam. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Sounds like you're a bottom to me, Lil. Okay, crazy. Crazy. I'm a switch, I'll have you know.
I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see what his name... what is his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something with it for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better be. Huh? Oh, no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go.
Holy shit, you can actually see his chair. Holy fuck, I've never seen him get off of that seat. Holy shit. Oh, he could. Okay, crazy. Whatever, Calamity. Whatever.
Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium.
Mystic Maya, afternoon show is about to begin.
Coming. Well, see you around. But Nick, oh my god.
I haven't done that voice in a pack in a minute. That's so true, Blank. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Come on! Alright. Woo! Mr. Edgeworth.
Miss Edgeworth. Miss Edgeworth? I brought you your tea. What's going on? What's going on?
I forgot what voice I gave. I think it was a French voice. Was that his letter of resignation? Oh, did he actually quit?
Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
Oh, did she leave a photograph in the book as well? A letter. Aw, she did. It's of her and her sister. Yeah. Screenshot. I like taking screenshots of all like the cool. Oh, finally, clear chapter 5 of PWAA. Phoenix Wright's Ace Attorney. Oh, that's so yoink. Now we have to play Justice for All and Trials and Tribulations. Well, y'all, that's it. That's the end. I thank you all for hanging with me. It's been a great night to beat this game. The first one. We still have 2 more. Well, let's see here. Let's go raid someone else. Let's see here. Alrighty, let's see here. Let's see here. Someone who's rated us before, Son Goku Dragon Ball, they're actually playing Resident Evil 0. So let's go raid them, show them some love, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Yes, good night, Blake. Good night, Calamity. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye.